瞳閉じれば心の中に広がるよ光る大宇宙星が輝く夢が輝く思うだけで温かい誰かにそっと背中を抱かれているみたいね私たち溢れそうなそんな気になる頼りに遥かな時を越え今すぐ巡り会いたいね優しさは見えない翼誰にも奪えはしないよ飛び立とう未来まで We are the innocent楽しそうな寝顔どんな夢を見ているの絵本を抱いたまま眠る子供たち空に虹をかけて星の花を摘む話美しい瞳で明日も 優しさに触れて光り始める心の中の不思議な石が一つまた一つ I never forget my dream 夢見たままで大人にな
Hey. What's up, Moldy? No, I'm not nervous. I mean, if anything, I hope I'm just, lubed up mentally, by 8:30 or 9. Driving to Florida? Drive safe. No, I did not finish the honorable mentions. I decided we'll just kind of like scroll through old reels, YouTube shorts and TikTok or whatever for that part. Hey, Clover. What up? Trying to find something here. Here's another one of those simple series games. On PlayStation 2. I was trying to think about what to play to get warmed up. Excited? Well, don't get too excited. This ain't Marvel Avengers. It ain't about to be freaking my presentation ain't no Ratatouille. Hey, Dallin. No, not yet. Awards show will be probably in like an hour. Probably like 9 or so. I'm trying to get my my brain lubed up a little bit first. Hey, it's the rare non-Kingdom Hearts Sonic Man appearance. Maybe Kingdom Hearts would be a good way to warm up the old noggin. You know a guy? The imaginary technique guy? What the? No, then everyone will leave? Yeah, I guess you're right. What the hell? I'm not understanding what these buttons do. Reesh. That is a crazy hitbox. I think I found the strategy here. What is this game? Yeah, you can really get some hang time. What? No, I really don't understand what those, like, bullet cartridges up there represent. Or why these guys aren't, like, attacking me, really? Whoa. What was that? Hey, Funky. Just came back from doing your taxes. Nice. Good job. I guess I need to do that too sometime. Yeah, there's a long level. There's a long train. Honestly, this game doesn't even feel that bad to press buttons in. It's just, very clearly not a lot going on. Hey, Mystic. Yeah, Job Haver's BTFO. Surely this will be something interesting happening over here. Enemy numbers are larger than expected. Yeah, you're telling me. Well, this guy has a shield. That's kind of more interesting, I guess. Whoa. This is a niche, neat micro-celebrity space. Yeah. True. You know, I guess I shouldn't have expected something more from this game. Whoa. They have way too much health. What the heck? At least the music's kind of good. Alright, this is not stimulating enough. Let's see. Should we... Um... I didn't really plan this very well. Should we try... Ace Combat, finally? Maybe that will be... I don't know if that'll be stimulating or draining. Oh. I was so confused. I was like, why is my fucking avatar not moving? I was like, why isn't my avatar moving? It was because my USB hub was broken. I had to reset my USB hub. So there was no fucking... yeah, there was no mic audio coming through. And I was like, why is my capture card not working? Why is my avatar not working? Do I have to reset my computer again? No Game Awards is complete without technical difficulties. That's right. Damn, his pants are tight. Like physically slim fitting. And tight as in cool. You know what? Since tonight's such a special occasion, I think I might bust out the skinny jeans. Psych.
You've got mail.
Oh, I've got mail. Notflix? We've got a new movie recommended for you based on your viewing history in my list. 51st Chamber of Shaolin.
Activate Damn Tiger.
You look like a Dominican with skinny jeans. Not everyone has what it takes to style skinny jeans. Yeah, you got that right. Takes a certain type of millennial swag. Wait a minute, is this where I came from? Yes, it is. Damn it. Like a hot dog wearing pants. You know, some people might like that. That's like the Invader Zim episode. You guys seen that? Where they turn into baloney. Everyone likes hot dogs. True. This is the episode where they turn into baloney. And Dib is like, taste me! I taste delicious! But he says it in a more horrified voice than that. The show holds up, if you ask me. Oh, and here's Dib's sister eating him because he tastes delicious. A gamer fighting for their life is beautiful. The general location is of designated matches will be displayed. The government should pay us for playing video games and watching anime. Right. They like don't appreciate what we do. But no, that's okay. I mean, I'm used to it. Society just doesn't understand us gamers. Oh, cool. Does this game have stairs animation? Let's find out. Can I go up here? Oh, I can't even go up here. I'd be surprised if it doesn't. Started editing some Nichijou lines for the first time in a week and then remembered working is fucking boring. I'm with you on that. It took me 2 months to finish a PowerPoint presentation with barely any writing on it, just pictures. This is the top games of 2025 releasing spring 2026. Oops. But I guess I'm not the only one. I remember there's a whole bunch of drama in Tim Rogers' subreddit because like it took him like 6 months or something to do his year-end list for 2024. Among various other sources of drama. Watch out for his ranged attacks. He sucks at close combat. Forgot your snacks?
I'm gonna go full on.
That's gonna be important, isn't it? What are you gonna have?
Right on. Strawberry. Right on. Crusher death kick.
This game fucking rocks. I should have just jumped right into this.
Come on. Strawberry. Right on. Eat this. Raspberry. Double kill. Fuckhead.
Poor man's Romeo is dead. Yeah, that game, like, I didn't really hear much about that. I haven't really heard much about that game since it came out. That and Neo 3, I feel like nobody's been talking about. Could be wrong. Maybe I'm just not paying attention. So I guess I have to do 3 battles before I get to do the next story mission. Oop!
Shit.
Whoops. Hey, there's a scorpion. I think I need that for like a side quest. It's so black and cool. Can you run somebody over? Can you run people over? Let's find out. Cool. Yeah. Let's see.
Shit.
I wonder if there's any like treasures you can find in the overworld. What? What was that? The scorpion got me? Oh. Yeah, my brain is not activated at all. Maybe I should have gone live earlier. Dodge him, then get behind him and whoop his ass. Okay.
Sweet bloodlust. Strawberry. Right on. Raspberry. I'm gonna flush
I wish he got to actually move around in his henshin mode. Kind of lame that it's just a single attack that you can't even move. PSP is the worst screen crunch I've worked with yet when it comes to text per line. Yeah. I feel like all the PSP translations I've played are a little bit janky. But I guess PSP emulation in general for me is a bit janky, but yeah, I feel like I've noticed that.
Now let's do this. Strawberry. Right on. Raspberry. Blueberry. Sorry. Blackweed.
Wait, shouldn't I have 3? Why don't I have 2 gems? Maybe the color of the crystal, maybe the crystal colors are different. Whoa.
Start the game. Strawberry. Right on. Screw crusher death kick. Raspberry. Double kill. Blueberry. Triple kill.
Wait. This guy's tough.
Strawberry. Come on.
Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I always do the fucking charge thing instead of death glove.
Raspberry. Double kill.
Fuck yeah.
Blueberry. Triple kill. Cranberry. Super kill. Boysenberry. Screw crusher death kick. Blackberry. Fantastic.
Whew. Just got a PlayStation Move, just for No More Heroes on PS3. And the PS3 version is way worse. I wouldn't have expected that.
got mail.
$20,000 Utopia coins. Oh, I need 16,000 more? Earn money doing volunteer work. Oh, man. High-def graphics are kind of fugly. Performance is horrible. They added a ton of bloat. Damn. Isn't it just terrible? One cannot even play catch with all this grass. I'd like to test out your true fortitude. Could you help me clean up the grass? Lawn mowing? Alright.
Yeah!
Oh, that wasn't it. Next, prepare yourself for the real thing. Oh, another one? They wanted us to work 6 days this week, but they made today a longer day instead, so I don't have to work tomorrow. It's like when school gets canceled. Yeah, that's dope. Having an unexpected day off is great. I'm here to propagate fashion. You show promise, I'll make you more stylish.
You've got mail.
Show me a good time, Kay? Strawberry. Right on. Raspberry. Double. It's war. Blueberry. Cranberry. Super kill. Punk-ass loser. Hey, what's wrong?
Presentation is going to be pushed closer to 9. But there's no, like, hard start. There's no, like, hard start time. Anything I ever announce, if I ever announce, like, a time or day for something, or even, like, a lineup of games for the night, those are mainly just, like, approximations or suggestions, or never take it. Pretty much don't take anything I say seriously.
Shit.
I do need to stand up in a second, though. Waiting for my roommate to be done in the kitchen so that I can use the kitchen. You lost 10 pounds this week? Damn, you should, sell those strats.
Get ready.
Become a health guru grifter.
Strawberry. Right on. Raspberry. Translucer. Come on. Blueberry. Triple kill. Bastard. Cranberry. Super kill. Boysenberry. First to the cat. Raspberry. Okay. Blue, get the fuck out. What's wrong?
Do we have enough Utopia coins yet? No. Still need another 1.5, 1.6k. Fix the toilet.
Cleanliness first. Ichiban!
Still need another fucking... a little bit more.
You've got mail.
Strawberry. Right on. R.A.D been taking you down. Blueberry. Triple kill. What's wrong? Boysenberry. First blood. Blackberry. Fuck out. Strawberry. Right on. Blue. I'm taking you down.
That's so sick. I love his wrestling moves. Nice, we have enough now. I must stand up. We'll start the presentation soon. Probably gonna go ahead and push the presentation back till midnight. Presentation, probably gonna push it back for another 6 hours or so. Alright, give me about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Thanks, guys. All right. Thanks for waiting. Man, I really should have pushed the presentation start. I should have planned for a later start time and then also started stream earlier. I just figured it'd take a while to get through the presentation and I wanted to have time to watch Birdcage as well.
Ooh, that's deep, man. Yeah!
No, I've known you for a long time.
Oh, the Gold family has served the royal family for about 23,700 years now. It has been pretty long.
This is apparently a specialty of this planet. These humans line up for more than 2 hours for this shit.
And you got some just for me?
I had Damon's secretary line up for it.
Long lines. Oh, wow. How delicious. These little balls.
Is this stuff really that good? Damon gave me some once, back in the day. I liked milk better.
So, you two are like super close friends, right? You and Damon?
Yeah, we're real close.
How nice.
You're a good friend too. Sorry I got you mixed up in this fight, especially when you helped me break out.
Friend, I'm so honored. I will give you my life, Your Majesty.
Life isn't something you give away. It's something you protect.
Your Majesty.
These little balls, they kind of grow on you.
Presentation pushed at what time? I don't know. Do you have somewhere to be? Low key, yes, you do have to have them repeat. It's happening tonight, yeah. I mean, it's gonna be like, we have 15 games to get through. It's gonna be, I estimate it'll take about an hour, hour and a half to get through. I mean, whatever, we could start it now. Since I'm doing it live, and plan on editing it into a video, I didn't want to start it before I felt ready to, do it justice. It always takes me like, it takes me a while to get lubed up, no matter what time I start stream. No matter what time I start stream, it always takes me an hour and a half or 2 hours to, get in the zone. I feel like I've tried all sorts of different solutions, and it's just how it is. It's introvert problems. But I do got my soda ready. So that means the time is getting closer. I'm feeling about ready here. I mean, I did originally say push to 9, and we're 3 minutes away from 9. So, let me do my upgrades here. And then we'll get everything ready here. Everything opened up. I heard that you should increase your battery power in this.
Hey!
I'm also feeling I got some stomach thing going on.
Hey!
Let's see. This heavy attack power down 5%, but normal attack power up 10% seems pretty good. Especially on top of the other 10% I already have. I also heard in this game you can just farm the first boss over and over to get a bunch of money and then get all the upgrades from the start of the game. In my younger years, I wouldn't have been able to resist doing that. Yeah, farming is too much work. Especially when you're a professional gamer and got places to be. Other games to play, other presentations to present.
You've got mail.
Oh yeah. Alright. Well, I think I'm ready. Let's see. What do we need here? Are you in the zone? No. But, there's no time like the present. That's what my dad would always say. I forgot to change the game category for No More Heroes. Pop-up propranolol? What's that? Is it like a... It's like a thing? Lowers heart rate, commonly used for anxiety. Helps with public speaking. That sounds pretty good. Am I making you nervous? Honestly, a little. I wasn't really thinking about it until I read anxiety in public speaking and seeing that emoji, especially seeing that emoji. I think I'm also dehydrated. Let's see. Imagine we were a bunch of fat chuds eating Doritos. Um, I was debating whether or not to have some music playing, but I don't want to risk like copyright problems. But I'm sure it'd be fine. Imagine me as a hot dog. Copyright presentation music. um, how about copyright-free smooth jazz?
This is a special potion that I've made.
Clover 1419 just redeemed Hydrate. OMG, I'm so excited.
It is too somber. Jazz noir. Alright, so here's the top 20 games of 2025. Why are all these smooth jazz? This is not smooth jazz. This is a little more like it. pre-license only for YouTubers. Use this music in as many YouTube videos as you like and monetize it. Perfect. Damn, I'm just listening to the music now. Yeah, so this is not a fully complete presentation. In some spots, I couldn't do everything I wanted to do with it. I just needed to have it done after 2 months of struggling. And most of these games we completed. There are a couple that we did not. But for the most part, these are games we completed, and there were so many more I wanted to include and write about, but it just would have taken way too long. There was something like 30 total. It doesn't even feel like we played that many games. But we did. These are also out of order, so there's no, it's not like a countdown or anything, it's just randomized. But yeah, perhaps the most enduring game from 2025 was Robot Alchemic Drive. We've gotten a lot of mileage out of this one, largely thanks to Nanao. We almost didn't finish it. It got shelved for like a couple months, a few months. But I knew that it was deserving of a spot when we did go back to it and had as much fun as the first time. Yeah, 2002, PlayStation 2, developed by Sandlot, published by Enix, directed by Takahiro Hono. And speaking of No More Heroes, which we were just playing, there is some crossover here. The crossover being that Sandlot is a company that split off from Human Entertainment, with the other noticeable split being Grasshopper. So Human Entertainment was a prolific studio behind Clock Tower, Fire Pro Wrestling, and more. And so when they dissolved, they went two paths. One path, giant robots and giant bugs. The other path, whatever the fuck Suda 51 is doing. So, yeah. Sandlot also probably more famous for Earth Defense Force at this point, but Shout out to this guy. So here's the Japanese cover. And the Western release back. As you might expect, the Japanese box art is way cooler than the American release box art. So, it's a giant robot game with linear, mission-based gameplay, legendary voice acting, and very unique controls, which I will explain in a moment. So I remember this game when I was a child. I remember seeing it covered on G4 and X-Play and in video game magazines, but I never played it despite my love for giant robots. I never played it because I had heard about the controls and was intimidated. The gimmick here is you don't control the robot directly, you control the human controlling the robot. Bro didn't have his giant robot license yet. Yes. I still don't. I was riding dirty our entire playthrough. And it will be obvious when we check out some of the highlights a little bit later. So, yeah. Also, shout out to Frank for suggesting I play this game on stream. Wherever he is. Wherever they are. So there are 3 robots and 3 protagonists. You unlock all 3 of the robots no matter which protagonist you pick. And I'm honestly not sure what changes between these characters. It seems like nothing. But I didn't really investigate too deeply. We played as... Oops. We played as the blue-haired himbo. I don't know how to zoom in. I don't know if I can zoom in on this thing. Does anybody know if you can zoom in on Keynote? Damn, there is no fucking zoom in? Alright, well. We'll fix it in post. You wouldn't illegally pilot a mech, FBI warning. Yeah. Many condos were destroyed during our playthrough. So I mentioned the controls earlier. This is a screenshot from the manual teaching you the controls. Basically the shoulder buttons control your legs and the thumbsticks control your arms. You got Doritos? Did you get Mountain Dew? Then it'd be really the Game Awards. So L1, L1, L2 controls your left leg. R1, R2 controls your right leg. Same thing with the sticks. And you do different combinations with the sticks to do different attacks. It's a mess. But it's actually really fun once you get the hang of it. I thought I had a picture of it, of this thing. I guess not. Oh yeah, here in the top right, you see the protagonist holding a controller. If I could zoom in, I would. But the idea is, your character is using this controller to control the robot. So it's like an immersive thing. So as you progress through the missions, you can, in between missions, you can go to your hangar, save your game, upgrade your robots, unlock different attacks, buff your stats. You can also upgrade your protagonist on foot. So you can have them unlock Gucci sneakers so they can run faster. You can get grenades. The grenades are actually hella cheap. One of the robots can turn into a plane and fly around. So the OP strat is to get on top of the plane and fly it over top of the enemy, over the top of the enemy kaiju, and then get off the plane, and the enemy kaiju will try to swing at your plane, and while it's distracted doing that, you just chuck grenades at it until it's dead. And since generally the enemy monster can't reach your plane while it's parked up there, you can just throw grenades until it dies. Huh. What do you think about the music? Is it a bit loud? Really? Okay, I just turned it down even more. What are your thoughts on Doritos? Doritos Dynamite? Dynamita? I don't know if I've had these specifically. But I'm not like super into limon flavor chips. They're good though. I'm not gonna turn them down if you offer. So here's clip number 1. Holy shit. Okay, get out of here.
Press both analog sticks inward to guard.
Yeah, I already know that. He thinks I need his shitty advice. Does it look like I don't know what I'm doing or something? Oops. Whoa! Holy shit. Okay, get out of here.
Press both analog sticks inward to guard.
Yeah, I already know that. He thinks I need his shitty advice. Does it look like I don't know what I'm doing or something? Yeah, what were you saying, Doc? Sorry, Doc, what were you saying? Something about guarding? Yeah, maybe next time. Maybe next time I'll need it. But probably, you could probably shut the fuck up. Nice camera. Hey. Holy shit.
What?
Oh my god. God damn. Watch where you're fucking walking, buddy. Wow.
Evolution, the ultimate form of life.
This dude's simping for a giant robot. A hostile giant alien robot. Yo! Woo! Damn.
Dr. Rai!
What if the robot was like, yeah, that'll be... yeah, that'll be $50.
Why?
No! What did you just destroy? Oh, did it destroy her house?
Huh?
That was my conduct.
Yeah! Oh, what the hell, I hope you had insurance.
Please, don't worry about it.
Alright. Sorry. My bad.
Sorry. Are you eating properly?
This one's a classic.
Yep.
Honestly,
I really am eating. This morning I had some soup.
what kind of soup? What's in it?
Bread?
Bread? That's what's in the soup?
I dice bread, fry it in oil, then boil it in water. It's a proper meal. It's called bread and water soup.
Oh my god. Oh my god, someone come save this girl. Put her in the fucking mental ward. Put her in the mental hospital. She's dying. All she's eating is water and bread. She thinks it's soup. Now. Now. Dude, I think the now got hit too.
Attention, Miss Tsukioka. Calling Miss Tsukioka.
Girl eating dishwater. Yeah, so the game was highly entertaining, as evidenced by all the clips. There are probably more clips from this game than most of the other games we played in the last year. And also at some point, like when we first started the game, the clips were getting like very little engagement on TikTok and YouTube. But then at some point, it suddenly got popular. I don't know. It might have been because like Game Grumps played it or something. But then it was like getting suddenly all the old clips were getting a bunch of engagement on par with Silent Hill, which was probably the franchise that got more engagement than any other game that I've played. Dude, Gamer Grumps is cool. So, here's some bonus now memes that I've came across. Or just screenshots, I guess. Not all of it is memes. When the bro kid says you should probably stay at home today. I don't know what that means. Oh yeah, I also came across somebody that made custom Nanao dolls. I forgot to write down their Twitter account, but if you search Robot Alchemic Drive now, it's not hard to find. These are really nice looking. Shout out to them. I wish I had their handle handy. Alright, next game. Cut us in half? Oh. Thanks for pointing that out. My bad. Okay. So, Team Innocent. I guess I can bring the music back now. So not all the games have clips in the presentation. Maybe like, because I didn't actually finish the portion of this presentation that was to be dedicated to honorary mentions. I wanted to have like a speed round for honorary mentions, but I couldn't get that done and decided I'll just show. We would just go through the highlights on TikTok or whatever. Maybe in between every few games we can try to find some TikToks for the related honorary mentions. Or not, I don't know. We'll figure it out as we go. So, Team Innocent, 1994 for PCFX, developed and published by Hudson Soft. English fan translation by Derek Pascarella. And big shout out to this guy. He also did the translation for Birdcage of Horrors, which we'll be watching later. He also stopped into the first stream of this game and taught us how to get the shower scene for Suki. So what is PCFX, you might be asking? Or as I typed it, PXFX. I love how we're joking in the background as if we're in a classroom. Yeah, I hope you guys are taking notes. I knew this would have like a fucking class presentation feel to it. But I guess that's okay. I actually noticed just yesterday as I was looking at some Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising content. One of the biggest fighting game YouTubers makes videos exactly like this, where he gives basically like an hour-long presentation on some topic live, then turns it into a video, like a slideshow presentation. And they're good videos. I mean, it's like you wouldn't even think twice about it. Yeah. It'd be cool to do this type of thing for other stuff too. Especially as I continue to practice. I'm sure this presentation itself will become more smooth and quick as we go. I was wondering why the translator's name was so familiar. I was just arguing with him an hour ago over AI use and translations. Uh-oh. I don't want to get involved. I'll say so far, from the two translated works of his that I've consumed. He did a great job. 1994 was a good year. Must be on the Wendy's exam. Freudian slip. So, PCFX was a Japanese 32-bit gaming console developed by Hudson Soft and manufactured by NEC. It was released in 1994 as a follow-up to the legendary PC Engine, which was released in 1989, otherwise known as the TurboGrafx 16 outside of Japan. While the PC Engine / TurboGrafx were revolutionary, still maintaining a popular cult status to this day, the PCFX was a failure by comparison and never saw overseas release. And there's a lot of very interesting history and lore behind the PC Engine that I don't have time to get into, and I'm not exactly the most educated on it anyways. There's plenty of videos on YouTube, people talking about the PC Engine, if you're curious. But yeah, so by December 1994, Sony had already released their PlayStation system. And if you compare the PCFX to PlayStation, they were pretty much doomed from the start. NEC was. PCFX was more like akin to Super Nintendo in terms of graphical power. It also had a very thin library and a steep price point, so it was discontinued in 1998, and Hudson Soft left the console market. Though, you might recognize Hudson Soft as a game publisher as well, a game developer that continued making games for several years. But what you might not know is that they also developed the first 8 Mario Party games. And even more importantly than that, they made Bloody Roar for PlayStation 1. And even more important than that, they created Bomberman. So, shout out to Hudson Soft. They also, Team Innocent was a launch title for PCFX, I believe. And it's also the most impressive PCFX game from what I could tell from my minimal research. Seems like they started strong with Team Innocent, and then it was all downhill from there. The guy in the box looked hype. Yeah, this is probably one of the most 90s coded consoles ever. The TurboGrafx. It had Rondo of Blood. PCFX did? Or you mean TurboGrafx? No console had a chance against PlayStation? Yeah, for real. So here's trailer for the English patch. Never mind. I forgot. Embeds don't work. What's fucked up is they did work the first time, but then they stopped working. And I googled it, and I guess they're supposed to not work in Keynote because of YouTube's like security measures. Here, I'll just pull it up on YouTube real quick. I think it's worth watching just for a concise view, and also it's a nice trailer. I like it.
futuristic saga of mystery and survival blended with thrilling action and adventure. Join the young galactic police officers, Saki, Ariel, and Lilith as they face their haunted past with charming humor, an apprehensive atmosphere, and heart-tearing drama. On its 30th anniversary, Team Innocent is finally available in English. Available exclusively for the Anime Fan Game Machine, NEC's PCFX.
We got a lot of use out of that soundtrack for the AFK playlist. This game's got a great soundtrack. The Anime Fan Game Machine. You might as well say just fucking huge nerd game machine. So this game I've seen described as a Resident Evil clone. Although it came out before Resident Evil for one, I don't think it'd be unfair to describe it as a Resident Evil clone or Alone in the Dark clone. But it does feel a little reductive to describe it that way. It's not horror, and it's not even really like survival either. There's like plenty of resources, at least there were in my playthrough. Though to be fair, I was using a walkthrough, so it's really more of like an action adventure type of game. Even I guess the progression is like walking around finding keys for doors and stuff. But and there are a couple moments that are a bit like atmospheric or a little unsettling, but in general, yeah, it's more of like an action adventure game. The other I guess similarity is the pre-rendered backgrounds and fixed camera angles. So the story is you follow three sisters as they try to fucking do stuff and find out their mysterious past and who they are and stop some evil scientist. So you can see here some examples of the static camera angles. Fighting some various types of enemies. There are 6 missions in the game. Each taking around, I don't know, 30 minutes to an hour, or in some cases, my case, 2 hours. Definitely became a bit of a slog. I really had to push myself to get it finished. Some of the later missions are very tedious. There's quite a bit of backtracking, and it does not feel great to play. The 2D anime sprites on 3D backgrounds looks awesome, but doesn't make for an easy time when trying to gauge depth and range, which some stages do require you to make more precise jumps, for example. So here's a couple screenshots where you can pick up items. You have your inventory, various consumables. Though most of the weapons I didn't find all that useful. There are maybe only like 2 or 3 weapons that really were worth making use of. And they don't have like different animations or anything. They all have basically the same animation. You can punch, you can kick, and even if you're using like a melee weapon, I'm pretty sure like your punch animation remains the same. But it is fun. It's a fun game. And it's very entertaining. So as you're playing the missions, you score extra points by getting Saki killed in various ways. We didn't see many of the death scenes because everyone kept getting mad at me for purposely killing her. Here's the physical box. Yeah, it's a cool game. The story has actually some really cool moments towards the end. It gets a bit trippy. Oh yeah, another very notable thing about this game is the music was done by Kenji Kawai. Kenji Kawai, you may or may not know, has probably a million credits to his name. Doing everything from Ringu and Dark Water. Dark Water has probably the most horrific soundtrack to anything ever made, but he also has done a ton of anime. Pat Labor, Ghost in the Shell, Ranma. If you're a fan of any of these types of things, you've probably heard his music before. But when I found that out, I was like, oh, no wonder the soundtrack goes so hard. It also had a lot of anime industry people in the credits. Osamu Sekita, the animation director, had worked on Gundam, Transformers, and a ton of other random stuff. He even worked on some Chobits. Here's a scan of the manual. Oh. And here's the next game. I should have put like a black slide in between them. Yeah, so this was another popular one on stream. For good reason. Harvester, a PC game, point-and-click PC adventure game released in 1996, developed by DigiFX, and published by Merit Studios. There's just some gameplay as I wasn't sure how much footage to use. This whole presentation would have went by so much faster if I could embed YouTube videos. But since that didn't work, I tried screen recording or video, downloading random gameplay footage off of YouTube. But that was also going to take a long time because for just like unedited walkthroughs of games, I would have had to edit them to like represent the points that I'm making. So I eventually abandoned this idea, but for Harvester, this one remained. So it is a point and click horror, dark comedy. Is a Virgin Interactive on the box? Yeah, Virgin Interactive. That mobile operator. Virgin Mobile. Yeah, they published a bunch of stuff. So this game was published by Virgin Interactive in European territories. So this game he plays a definitely for sure 18-year-old man named Steve Mason, who wakes up with amnesia in a strange town called Harvester, and everyone seems to know him. and no one believes he has amnesia. He learns he's engaged to a woman in town named Stephanie, and other townsfolk keep encouraging him to join a mysterious thing called the Lodge, which is some kind of club that has a strange influence over the town's social life and politics. So over the course of the game, Steve is on a quest to figure out what's going on. It's a very offensive game at times. It can be shocking, gory, dark, gross. Other times it's funny, though some of the humor is a bit dated. Although, sometimes there were a couple moments that were surprisingly emotive, if not profound. The voice acting is really good as well, so that definitely helps. The voice acting is surprisingly great. The art style, as you can see, is comprised of digitized actors on pre-rendered backgrounds, which holds up pretty well as an aesthetic choice. I feel like a lot of games with this style feel like a product of the time that were working within their limitations, but Harvester, I think it's like bold colors and attention to detail helps it transcend those limitations. It almost feels like a game that could have been released in more modern times, like devs attempting to pay tribute to that 90s style. So yeah, I think this game has a timeless quality to it. It also really resembles Tim and Eric Awesome Show. If anyone is familiar, I was a huge Tim and Eric fan growing up. And there's so many moments during this where I was like, this could be straight out of Awesome Show. But this is another game where I just would not have been able to get through the story without a walkthrough. Definitely has some old school point and click logic. The gameplay mostly involves exploring the town, talking to residents, collecting items, figuring out what to use said items for in order to progress. And there's also some really janky combat later in the game. Thankfully, most of the game is just classic adventuring. But yeah, we had a lot of fun. The pacing was brisk with a walkthrough. I think without it, it would have been rough. Characters are really well defined with fully voiced dialogue and excellent performances. None of them really yapped for too long, which is something that immediately kills adventure games on stream for me. But they always, if they were yapping, it was always entertaining. So I always felt like you were making progress and moving things along, and the narrative was compelling, and exploration was intriguing, and the atmosphere was surreal and unsettling. So here's some screenshots. Here's some screenshots of the combat. Yeah, the game's very offensive at times, for sure. Though, maybe I'm just desensitized. I felt like it generally came off as humorous. So, there was a troubled development history behind this game. I don't have the time to get too in-depth here, but here is a trailer from 1994, a computer electronics show. It was a very different game when it started out.
Ask anyone in Harvest, and they'll tell you it's a nice little town.
children play on quiet neighborhood streets by day and watch cowboys kill Indians at night. It is a time of innocence and of awakening.
I'm telling you, as weird as it sounds, I don't know you. Any of you. I don't know where I am or even who I am. Somebody tell me who I am!
Stop it, you're being silly. Honestly, all this fuss, you're giving your brother the heebie-jeebies. You're my son. You've lived in Harvest all your life, and in 2 weeks, you're getting married.
Something really weird is going on here. You've lost your memory, and I can't remember anything. Anything. Except you.
In Harvest, things are not always what they seem. Secrets are kept behind closed doors. And if you're smart, you leave them there.
I feel like something is bearing down on me. Something terrible.
I know what you mean. I can't remember anything. But I know in my heart that the woman downstairs is not my mother. I'm scared.
Harvest is a quiet little town, and the people there want to keep it that way. People who break the silence there are broken.
Oh my God. Is that what I think it is?
Yep, it's a spinal cord, all right.
Is it Stephanie?
I don't know. The only clue we got is that card propped up on a pillow. Take a look at it. I don't see any need to investigate. Whoever this is dead from natural causes.
Natural causes?
You can't live without a spinal cord, son.
Yeah, so it is very different. Just the graphic style. Yeah, the graphic style was different. I feel like the tone was different. There's like a more serious tone in that trailer. I mean, it even had like 3D models, 3D rendering graphics for some of those cutscenes. Seems like they didn't really know what they wanted to do with it. But there's some good coverage out there regarding the history of its development. I had to split this presentation into more than one file. So, next game. The next one here was easily one of the most popular games that we played. CHULIP. CHULIP was published in the US in 2007. Late release on PlayStation 2 in the West. Developed by Punchline, published by Natsume. So yeah, this one had like a bit of a troubled release as well. The US release got delayed like 3 years from its initial projected launch of early 2004. In Japan, this game released 2002. Yet it took 5 years to be finally published in the West. It also was released exclusively in at GameStop. So it was a GameStop exclusive at a budget price. I don't really know why, it took so long, but Natsume threw Punchline under the bus and blamed it on their busy schedule. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. So, the director of this game, Yoshiro Kimura, formerly worked at a studio called Lovedelic. Lovedelic? I don't know how people typically pronounced that studio's name, but they were responsible for Moon Remix RPG Adventure, which supposedly has similar mechanics to CHULIP, but I have not played Moon yet. The art and character design didn't really appeal to me. This is one of those things I ended up leaving out of the presentation just due to time constraints. So I don't have any examples here. But moving on, Punchline formed after Kimura left Lovedelic. Punchline only ever made 2 games that anyone knows about. CHULIP and, weirdly, Rule of Rose, a survival horror game on PlayStation 2 that has incredibly different vibes than CHULIP. We played a bit of Rule of Rose on stream, and I just couldn't do it. I wanted to like it, but I couldn't. But for CHULIP, I wish it went on longer. It was made by a team of 12 to 14 people over the course of 2.5 years. And Kimura's inspo for the game came from when he visited Western countries and saw kissing in public. He wanted to combine this Western outgoingness with a retro Japanese backdrop. He also specifically pushed for it to be localized in the States to share traditional Japanese imagery with the world. I'm not really sure what I'd compare it to, but it's a adventure puzzle game where you have to smooch every NPC by meeting various conditions. Some residents might only show up at a certain time of day. Some you might need to clear a particular side quest, find an item, use an item in a certain way. You play as a nameless young boy, referred to as Poor Boy. He moves to Long Live Town with his dad at the start of the game. Shortly after arriving, the boy falls in love with a local girl who refuses to kiss him. The boy and his dad also become victims of rumors and suspicion, not only because they are newcomers, but also because they are poor. The game definitely has a bit of a class struggle messaging. A bit of a anti-capitalist even messaging. So in order to clear names and improve your reputation and ultimately kiss the girl, you must build up experience while solving various problems the local townspeople face. It's got just fucking superb art style and vibes, great soundtrack, endearing characters, rewarding gameplay. However, I would not ever want to play this game without a walkthrough or modern emulation luxuries like speed up and save states. This game got mixed reviews when it came out. And I understand why. I think without a walkthrough or guide or save states and speed up, it would be really difficult. And it'd be difficult to figure out how to smooch. It's pretty unforgiving. Sometimes you might only have like one small window to get the smooch, and if you fail, then you have to wait till the next day. and time does not move very quickly. Though you can go back to your house and change the time and go to sleep. Yeah, so the gameplay consists of wandering around, exploring, digging through the trash, riding the train, buying funny cola. But of course, your ultimate goal is to get the smooch. There's so many just endearing, unique, creative characters, all with very defined personality traits. There's a picture of you collect money by kissing characters or selling items that you procure through various means. Some of these items restore your health. Some of them you use for quests. Sega Gaga translation really was a nuclear bomb for the community. This is not a good night for us TL heads. Wait, what's going on with Sega Gaga? What the hell? Hold on. Oh no. We finally got a Sega Gaga translation that were machine assisted. Due to the importance of Sega Gaga to the fan translation community, I think it's important to disclose where AI was used. What I call the playtesting translation, a base translation that allowed the artists and playtesters to get started early and understand what they were working on, was developed using a combination of DeepL and ChatGPT. Went through substantial months-long human translator review. Yeah. I mean, I knew, like, I knew the jig was up for human translators when I was using ChatGPT a while back for some translation stuff. I was like, this is insane how fast it is and how you can ask it to do different things and have different tones. Whether it's accurate or not, it's still doing like so much of the legwork. That is unfortunate though. Yeah. I hesitate to form a strong opinion. Damn. Yeah, I can't imagine what kind of wars are going on the timeline tonight. Why didn't CHULIP have a 2-player battle mode? Smooch off. Here's a screenshot example of one of the most memorable side quests. An example of the work sucks messaging. He says, I always feel depressed when I arrive at work. This guy with the guitar was born to be unemployed and do nothing all day besides play guitar. But then he had to get a job. Is a really great subplot here. Kiss or be kissed. kind of need to use the bathroom. Moving on. It's like the origin story for most famous guitarists. True. So this is another game that I found to be super memorable. Also a game that took a long time to finish. I'd started it once, a bit early on in my streaming career. But ended up kind of dropping it. I think I was playing it blind without a walkthrough, which was part of the problem. And it's also very slow in the beginning, especially. So I ended up dropping it, but it was also one of those games where I felt some sort of higher power calling me to return and give it another shot. Yeah, the cover for this game is not great. It was a 1998 PS1, Mist-like, developed by Will, published by Jalico. Here's the back of the box. Prepare to open the gates of hell. Juggernaut takes the player on a bizarre journey, dealing with demonic possession and the power of evil. A roller coaster ride through time and space. Juggernaut will have you questioning what is reality and what is illusion. It takes a deft mind to untangle the strange, fascinating puzzles that lead from one mystery to another. It's got incredible atmosphere. The pre-rendered backgrounds are just every frame a painting. It's a very long game for a Myst clone. Takes about 10 to 12 hours to complete. And it really goes on and on. If you recall, I announced the finale probably 3 times. It's like, tonight we're going to beat Juggernaut. And then we did not. And the next night is like, tonight we're going to beat Juggernaut. So it's a anthology story as you journey into your girlfriend's soul to exorcise the demon that has possessed her. I guess you could describe it as horror. Though it also it has a wide variety of environments and short stories that sort of present different genre tropes, like you know, there's like a cyberpunk digital reality, virtual reality story. There's like a Mission Impossible type story. But overall, the vibes are fucking unmatched. In between each of the short stories, you're exploring this kind of hub world, this hub mansion. And you have to possess different sized bodies to solve various puzzles. Like sometimes you might need a smaller body to get into a certain room. You might need a larger body to be able to open a door. So it's a bit tedious. But to me, it was worth it. I think it was a really great experience. There wasn't a lot I could find about the development history. It seems like the director's been over at Nintendo. Most of his credits are like special things on Mario Party games. Though, the writer and composer, Hideki Sakamoto, has worked on... Hideki Sakamoto has a whopping 116 credits on Moby Games. And even has sound director, producer credits on Shin-chan Shiro and the Coal Town, which is a game we'll be discussing later. Also, he has a credit on Silent Hill play novel. The Silent Hill visual novel. Yeah, so those are just some more screenshots. Here's the Japanese box for Juggernaut. The discs look pretty sick. Here is a print ad for Juggernaut. Another print ad for the English release. Yeah, the aesthetic is really just incredible. So here's Hideki Sakamoto. Juggernaut's credits are kind of mysterious. However, the screenplay writer slash soundtrack composer, as I said, has a ton of credits. And he worked on the Shin game, which we'll talk about later. Another game with fucking magnificent aesthetics is Galerians. I wrote a lot about this one. I feel like I ought to take a stretch before diving into it. This game probably has the most words written in my notes. It's probably the most words written. Yeah, definitely the longest. So, let me do a stretch, drink some water. We've still got a ways to go. I'll try to pick up the pace. Alright, give me just a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Thanks, everybody. All right. Hey, thanks for waiting. I had forgotten to bring back the smooth jazz during the presentation. Everybody doing all right? So let's talk about Galerians. Galerians. So, I love this game. I remember seeing it at the game stores when I was a kid. And I always wanted to play it, but I knew what kind of game it was. And I might have even purchased it from like EB Games or GameStop or whatever. And promptly returned it. It's not an easy game, and for a number of reasons. It was released in 1999 for PlayStation 1, developed by Polygon Magic and published by Crave Entertainment. Obviously has some of the sickest art design ever. It ain't easy being a psychic with godlike power. Yeah, I mean, you play as an edgy, emo teenager, and we all know that they're God's toughest soldiers. They're dealing with a lot. So Galerians is a Resident Evil clone split across 4 stages, each taking place in a unique locale, and just dripping with atmosphere. Instead of using guns, you take drugs and light guys on fire with your mind. Here's the back of the English box. Over 50 hours of reality warping gameplay? I don't know about that. 50 hours? No. This game is like 10 hours at best. So yeah, you take drugs. To do various psychic attacks. The Galerians are an artificially created techno-species whose prime directive is total annihilation of the human race. Earth's only hope is Rion, a young man whose greatest weapon is the energy of his mind. Using psychic power enhancement chemicals, Rion is able to wage psychic war on the Galerians. So here's a screenshot of one of the FMVs when you first take the drug. Screenshot of using Force Blast on an enemy. So yeah, I've never forgotten about this game even as I grew into an adult. And I tried it a couple times throughout the years, but really my biggest complaint and my biggest hurdle was the AP meter. So the AP meter you see there in the top right is your anger points, and throughout the game it is constantly filling up. And you have to take a certain drug, the Del meter, to drain your AP meter. What happens if your AP meter reaches maximum capacity? You go crazy, like this. He gets a really bad migraine, and then your HP will slowly drain, and you can't run. Though there is tactical use for it, which is it insta-kills any enemy in your proximity. So there is tactical use for it. But something that needs to be said is I finally unlocked the fun in this game when I discovered you can use a cheat code to keep the AP meter all the way down forever. And it was so much more fun when I didn't have to worry about the AP meter. It's really a pain in the ass. You're kind of like on a persistent time limit due to the AP meter. If you like use a Del meter in the wrong spot and you run out, you're fucked. You're soft locked. So and you know me, I play games very slowly, and I like to look around and really inspect the environments and take it all in. So the AP meter did not work for me. So when I realized I could turn it off with a cheat code, that really opened the game up for me. And there were times where I turned it back on. Certain moments that the game was just way easier if you could go into psycho mode to clear the room. But in general, the game was perfectly playable and fun without it. So if anybody is like me and does not like the AP system, you can turn it off with a cheat code. And I recommend it. The AP meter was still present in the sequel, but they balanced it a little bit better. I'll talk about that later. So, as a Resident Evil clone, your goal is to go around, explore, find key items, use it to open doors. Here's a print ad for Galerians. All the stages are very distinct and really fun to explore. The bosses are very challenging. Birdman at the mansion being one of the most notorious ones. Though, to be fair, he wasn't that difficult. I mean, he wasn't any more difficult than a typical, like, I don't know, Dark Souls boss or something. It took me a few tries. But other than him, I'd say the game is perfectly doable. It's challenging, but not too much. So here's a screenshot of Rion encountering Birdman. An example of the fantastic pre-rendered backgrounds. Another print ad. Here's the Japanese box art. Yeah, the artist who did Galerian's promo art and character designs. What's his name? I don't know why I didn't have a section for this written already. He did one of my favorite mangas of all time, which I also didn't do a section for some reason. The artist's name is Shoyu Tajima. Shoyu Tajima. If I wasn't already behind schedule, I'd love to share some of his other stuff and talk about my favorite manga, MPD Psycho. But maybe another time. So, a strange thing about Galerians is it somehow got both a sequel and a straight-to-DVD anime CG film, which we did watch on stream. It's called Galerians Rion. I have it on DVD. So this was a 2002 anime OVA based on the events of the first game. It's mostly like a one-to-one sort of like, it's like somebody doing a speed run of the game, almost like a boss rush type of movie, which I like, personally. The first Vampire Hunter D movie from the 80s is kind of like that, where it's like a video game presented as an anime, like just going through a dungeon and fighting all the bosses back to back. The one interesting thing about this is it did air on MTV2, which makes sense in a way, because Galerians is extremely 2000s mall goth coded, and the localized soundtrack for this film has like everything you would expect to find in a Hot Topic at the mall. It's got, like, as it says here, Seven Dust, Slipknot, Skinny Puppy, Fear Factory. The OVA must have been trippy as AF. Yeah, I mean, kind of. It was basically just like all this. I don't know that it was always. I think there was, original CG animations, but some of it was just like one-to-one cutscene from the game. It was fun though. It was a fun watch for stream. So it also got a sequel somehow. The fact that Galerians got 2 games and a movie is pretty impressive for a game not a lot of people played. The sequel, it doesn't have the juice that the first one has. We didn't finish it. We got close, but it just started to feel not worth it. They changed the combat to be more action-based. And the combat is fun, and it does feel good to play, but the environments leave something to be desired. The environments really got a nerf compared to the first one. Though some other nice things about it is expanded the light RPG elements where enemies drop items that give you permanent stat boosts, and you can upgrade your spells that give you different attributes for them, and there are more spells to choose from, so it's fun to play. But the story, the environments, everything aside from the combat and sort of quality of life aspects, like the AP meter in this one doesn't fill outside of combat, which is very helpful, and you get more resources to drain it, so it starts to feel like something that isn't punishing you for exploring the way the first game's AP meter was. Yeah, sadly it just doesn't have the juice. Worth checking out though. And I really like Rion's outfit in the game, though some people in the chat did not like it as much as I did. So that's it for presentation 2. This is the third and final list here. This is also one of the less finished countdowns. So there's going to be some things missing. There's going to be some details missing. Yeah, we just got a few more here. Another one of the most enduring games on this list throughout 2025 was Shenmue 1 and 2. Probably don't need to say too much about Shenmue. You used to play it when you were Chinese. Yeah, it was a very Chinese playthrough, so that's fair. It's very, you know, inspired me to become Chinese. Oh yeah, I also, I wanted to have these silly transitions for every slide, but I just didn't have the time or motivation. So this, as you may or may not know, was the most expensive video game ever made at the time. Pioneered sandbox open world type life sim gameplay. You can walk around, talk to people. Within a day-night cycle, do capsule toys, eat and drink soda, and etc. You can go to the arcade, play mini games. Here's some of the capsule toys. It's got combat as well. Being a Sega game, it is a little Virtua Fighter-esque, but more sluggish and janky. You can level up your attacks and unlock new attacks. Unfortunately, beyond pioneering the open world type of life sim game type of mechanics, it unfortunately also popularized QTEs. So we can blame Shenmue for the plague of QTEs in video games throughout the 2000s. Oops, sorry. Half the budget went to the stairs animations. It does have great stairs animations. Here's some footage of them showing off the QTEs. Some sort of conference. QTs are a good mechanic. Wait, why are y'all booing? The crowd loves it. They're like, whoa, what is this technology? You have to press the button? I mean, we could also go back further and blame fucking What was the game? Why am I blanking? The one with the knight. Dragon's Lair. Fuck. Why'd that take me so long to remember? Dragon's Lair. So, I definitely had a love-hate relationship playing through these games. It was so entertaining, the vibes are so peak, and the dialogue is just endlessly amusing. Sometimes the game is just like pure fun. Other times, it's pure punishment. Whether it's the infinite amount of forklifting required on Disc 3 of Shenmue 1, or the complete slog that is the end of Shenmue 2. Overall, though, it was just a really, really great experience, and I left me wanting more. It was baffling, though, the amount of forklifting they made you do. I give the game 4 Angel Wings and a Halo. We played them back-to-back, Shenmue 1 and 2. Shenmue 2 had some really incredible environments and locales to explore. It seems like I didn't really include much for Shenmue 2. Here's a collector's edition. Pretty sweet. Here is a Dreamcast VMU Shenmue decal. Here's the North American physical version. Here is a Shenmue cover of Dreamcast magazine. The game got a lot of buzz, as some might remember. I remember after the Dreamcast got discontinued, I'll never forget, I was a little kid. We were at Sears when that was still a thing. We were at Sears in the mall. And in the video game section, they had one of those like wire baskets just filled with Shenmue. Entirely copies of Shenmue. There must have been like 50 copies of Shenmue that they were trying to get rid of. They even got Shenmue on the TV Guide magazine, which is odd. But interesting, I had to include it. Here's another print ad of Shenmue 2. You can get a rewards card or something. Reserve and purchase your copy of Shenmue 2. Rewards card and get double reward points. I remember an entire wall of Final Fantasy VII at Walmart. Man. If only we could go back and buy all that stock and then sell it 20 years later. Forgot to mention that Rio looks Mexican. Oh yeah. He looks he looks Mexican for sure. Raimundo. Oh yeah, we got some clips here. Oops. Hey, these look like a couple of no good thugs. I'm sorry.
What is it, kid?
Hey, these look like a couple of no good thugs.
What is it, kid?
I need to ask you something.
Forget it! Who the hell do you think you're talking to? You fucking with me?
I've got a question for you.
I got nothing to say. Kiss off, twit!
Kiss off, twit. Damn, I like how Rio's tone, it's like he tried to match the dude's tone and still got brutally owned. Kiss off, twit. Are you fronting with me? Kiss off, twit. I'd like to ask you something.
Where are you thinking of going?
Hong Kong.
You motherfucker.
Fuxon.
Fuxon? They call you fuck for a reason, you know that?
Killed Hazuki-sensei's there. Ine-san, please give him the money for the trip.
You blabbermouth.
Idiot.
Eesh. Oh, he jumped, bro. Bro, he just wrung himself out. Did you see that? Ain't no way, Brute. Duh. Yo. That was a fight I was struggling with, and the guy wrung himself out. And then it happened again. Ooh, nice! What a dumbass, dude. He wrung himself out. Dude, that's the second time our opponent wrung themselves out. That was sick. So that was everything I had for Shenmue. Few more. Fatal Frame 1 and 2. So this is one of the last finished portions. But, Tecmo game, survival horror, circa 2001 and 2003, respectively. Fatal Frame had so much aura when it came out. It was like, at the time, I feel like it was talked about like the scariest game ever made. And it is fucking scary. Fatal Frame 1 especially is generally agreed upon to be scarier than Fatal Frame 2, which I mostly agree. The ghost designs in Fatal Frame 1 are for sure scarier and more diverse and creative. Fatal Frame 2, I think I read that the devs intentionally made Fatal Frame 2's ghosts less scary. They're like, people are telling us the ghosts are too scary. We need to tone it down a little. So I actually didn't write about this game, I guess. It seems like I didn't get to it, so let's just freestyle a little bit. It's typical Japanese horror materials. The story is you play as a girl investigating haunted locales. In the case of Fatal Frame 1, takes place over the course of 6 nights in a single mansion. It's very much a Resident Evil type game in terms of progression through the game. You know, coming across a locked door, backtracking to find the key to open the door. Encountering ghosts and things along the way, finding items, picking up consumables. There's a couple things that do set it apart, though. The biggest being the combat. I'm sure I don't have to go into too much detail here, but you have a spirit camera. You use like a gun to shoot the ghosts. And basically you have to aim it at the ghost, and you're relatively stationary when you're aiming the camera. You can move around a little bit, but you're very slow with the camera up, so you have to you know, weigh the risk of trying to stay in position to get a good shot, putting it down to reposition. The sort of objective during combat is to keep the ghost in your crosshairs and wait for the perfect moment to get the fatal frame, which is basically a critical hit right as they're about to attack you. And once you get a fatal frame, you can chain it and combo it into additional fatal frames as they stagger backwards. You get different types of lenses that do different things, like a lens that might slow the ghost down, a lens that might reveal their positioning more consistently, one that might push them back, etc. And something I really appreciate about Fatal Frame that I wish more survival horror games have is the light RPG upgrade systems. You can upgrade your camera in various ways, increasing its attack power, its range. You can increase the effectiveness of your special lenses. And you do that by killing ghosts and getting experience points. The gamers are too scared of our game. What are we going to do? This is not good. 6 Nights at Wendy's. So we got a couple clips here. What is he looking at? It's a big mirror, but it only shows my own reflection. Jeez. Hell yeah.
You_win_again gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Thanks, Win again. You gift again. I appreciate that, man. It helps me a lot. Jump scared. Yeah, I love how horrifying that alert is. Perfect. Yeah, the Hell Knight alert is great when I'm playing scary games. You win again, undefeated at jump scaring 0. True. Whoa, holy shit. What the hell? Huh? Whoa! Oh my god. Hey, that's cheap. Fallen Mayu. To the girl. Yeah, what is she doing? Sleeping. It's because she's calorie deficient. So, something to note about Fatal Frame 2 compared to Fatal Frame 1 is Fatal Frame 2, you're exploring... So, Fatal Frame 1, you're exploring one house, right? Fatal Frame 2 ups the ante and allows you to explore multiple houses. In fact, you explore an entire village. So it does feel more open. You're less kind of like, it's less claustrophobic. I actually find it a little more scarier. I feel like out in the open, I'm like less safe and things can pounce on you from everywhere, which in Fatal Frame 2, they can. Turns out they can. Well, this is creepy. Oh, what the fuck? Yo, dude, no fucking way. No fucking way. Did it really? What? Yo, come on, dude. Come on. Did they do that on purpose? Was that planned? Devs, did you plan that? No way. So I discovered the hard way that if you linger around in an area for too long, there's a possibility that the next time you lift up your camera, a ghost will spawn right in front of you. In English thanks to songs and the internet. That's awesome. What the fuck, man? Why? Dude, the devs definitely are doing this on purpose. That's fucking wild. More house, more scare, more profits. You can't pick up your camera to just, like, look around. Because the devs prank you. Every time. If you linger in an area for too long and then pick up your camera, it spawns a ghost right in front of you. That's my theory. Alright. Time to clean up this mess that I've created. We also tried Fatal Frame 3. I could not finish Fatal Frame 3, unfortunately. I really wanted to. And there's some things I really liked about Fatal Frame 3. But there are also some things I did not like about it as much. I would go into it, but I've given my spiel a handful of times already. Maybe I'll edit in one of those rambles for the video portion, the edited video version of this. But we gotta keep it moving. I'm scared. Psych, no I'm not. Ah. Hey. What the hell? Hey. Ooh, no, I ran right into him. Come on, Buster. Haha, you missed. Invincibility frames get owned. Oh no, I missed. So, keeping on the horror vibes. This is one of the more recent games that we completed called Nanashi no GEMU. 2008 Nintendo DS, published by Square Enix, developed by Epix. It was a very interesting game. Let's go ahead and watch the trailer and then we'll talk about it. So,
1週間以内にクリアしないと。
七足のゲームね。
So if you notice the well at the beginning of this, the well has nothing to, the well is not even in the game, but it is a tribute to what the game is very much directly inspired by, which is the Japanese horror classic known as Ringu. We'll talk about that in a moment as well. But basically, Nanashi no Game is a visual novel adventure game hybrid, where the story is basically there's a cursed game, and you have 7 days to live after you play it. The Ring, of course, is a seminal J-horror classic that led to the Japanese horror boom of the late 90s and 2000s. Here's a screenshot from Ringu, 1998. The Ring was like very culturally influential at that time, and I don't think people who weren't there know how sort of like ubiquitous it had become, the whole trope of it. So this is the cursed tape from The Ring, which we don't have to watch the whole thing. Really, the important part here is, so she finishes the tape and receives a phone call. I don't know if you could hear that. It's really quiet. I tried to boost it a little bit, but it was a creepy voice that said, 7 days. So this was spoofed a lot. Here's a clip from the film Scary Movie.
Hello? What? Really, Mace? Who's gay? Hello? What?
Can you hear me now?
Kind of.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
7 days.
7 days? Oh my god, I'm gonna die next Monday?
Yes. No, wait, Monday. That would be 7 business days. This is 7 days starting now.
So 7 days to this very hour? My watch broke. How am I gonna know the exact hour?
Yeezy, what's good? It's your boy Max B. What's going on? Checking in on you. Appreciate the love and support.
One more.
Hello. You have a collect call from
You love horror movie? Me too. So how does this all relate to Nanashi no Game? Basically, within the Nanashi no GEMU universe, everyone owns a TS, a handheld video game console and communication device. So here's one of the establishing shots from the game. Thanks to the TS, people now often carry their handhelds with them wherever they go. There are even TS stations where people gather to download demos and play online. Here are two girls talking about the cursed game. Have you heard about that game? The one where if you play it, you die a week later? Yeah, right. That's just another urban legend. You hear them a lot these days. So while you're playing, this is basically a simulated DS UI within the game. So while you're playing it, you can open up your TS and navigate the menu as if it is a DS. You can check your email. You can save the game. You can enter the cursed game world, as you see there at the top of the bottom screen. There's a fuzzed out thing you can select to enter the game world. When you do enter the game world, it's kind of like a Dragon Quest clone without the combat. Obviously, you go around, talk to people, and creepypasta stuff happens in the game world. So maybe you'll come across a cult ritual. The NPCs might start saying some weird stuff to you. Inside this game, we can play together forever, it says in the bottom right. In the real world, what you're doing is navigating the various stages. You have to flip the DS sideways. So you've got two vertical screens. You play in a first-person mode. You use the touchscreen to basically control the viewpoint, camera angle, and use the D-pad to move forward, backward, strafe, left, and right. It has, surprisingly, pre-rendered cutscenes, which are pretty sweet. Here's a couple examples. As you're navigating the 3D rendered real-world environments, you'll come across ghosts that you have to avoid. They're more like environmental hazards. I fucking hate pursuer-type enemies, as I've stated millions of times on stream. But thankfully, the ghosts in this game don't really, like, actively chase you. They're more like landmines. If you get too close to them, they will try to grab you, but, yeah, generally, it's more like puzzle. Like, you have to find a way to get around them. Which I find actually pretty fun. Here's a print ad for the game, showing you that how do you flip the console sideways and yada yada. So Nanashi no Game had a sequel as well as like a bunch of spin-offs. Here's an example of one that was a mobile game. So even in the mobile game, it would simulate a mobile UI. And it focused on the platforming thing. So something I haven't mentioned yet is Nanashi no Game 2. We tried to play as well. I ended up dropping it because it felt like they didn't really know what they wanted. There was no like focused vision for the game. Felt like they were just like trying a bunch of stuff and making it up as they went along, and they threw too much at the wall, I think. But one of the things they started trying to do was like mini games in the game world, like brief platforming sections that are kind of like Super Meat Boy-esque. There were also like old school Metal Gear stealth segments that you had to navigate. And yeah, I thought there were some interesting ideas that they tried, but it was just a little too much. It was a little too all over the place. Whereas the first one was very concise, very focused, not overly long, good pace, a simple but engaging story with some pretty high moments. Had a really great climax in the first game. But yeah, unfortunately the second one was not quite as good, in my opinion. Moving on, let's see, how many more do we have? We have 1, 2, 3. We have 3 more, I think. So, Boku no Natsuyasumi 2. This is one of the games we did not finish yet, but we will. We really are savoring it because it's just so fucking good. It's truly one of the best things ever made, I think. 2002, PlayStation 2, developed by Millennium Kitchen, published by Sony Computer Entertainment. Fan translation by Hilltop. Whoa. Sorry, that was loud. So there's the Japanese trailer for Boku. Here, let's turn the music back on. Yeah, I think that trailer did a good job at mostly boiling all the aspects of Boku down and visually explaining what it's all about. It's a little boy on summer vacation simulator. He says, my mom has a baby due, so I'm staying over at my uncle's house this month. You spend a whole month on summer vacation on a beautiful island, interacting with characters, catching bugs, going swimming. And that's basically it. You do whatever you want. Takes place in 1975, so it has a very nostalgic quality to it. At the end of the day, oh shit. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead. So, truly, I think the best part about Boku is the characters. They're all very grounded and very believable. They all have real problems, real ambitions. Something I talked about a lot as we were playing it is how restrained it all felt. It doesn't tell you too much. They really treat Boku. They're not patronizing towards him, but they don't tell him too much. And when they say something that he doesn't understand, you feel it. It's really, really easy to empathize with Boku, especially when they're maybe alluding to a problem they're having, and Boku tilts his head inquisitively. It really reminds me of one of my favorite directors, R.A.D. He's a Japanese movie director. I think probably his most famous work in the West is Shoplifters. My favorite movie of his is called I Wish, which also happens to be about a group of little kids going on an adventure. So I was moved on multiple occasions. Here Boku says, it sounds like grown-ups have it rough. This was probably my favorite side character here, the sister. She's not literally his sister, but she kind of acts like a big sister. Yeah, there's so many just great character interactions, and the relationships between them and how they develop throughout the game is just amazing. And it's something that just like really hits is how sometimes they're confiding in Boku, and he tells them something like that a kid would say, like grown-ups have it rough, and then he immediately goes back to catching bugs or whatever. Like, it doesn't really faze him. It's one of those things that just really resonates, I think. So here's a scene that I just really, really loved. That's an example of how touching the game can be, and how bleak and sad it can be, without fully showing the depths of that pain or sadness. How you're really kind of like a side character in these characters' stories.
Nani? お腹空いたな。夏の焦げたアスファルトの匂いがする。雨降らないかな。
Even now, watching that, I'm just like, God, it's so good, dude. I don't even know what to say. At the end of every day, Boku writes in his diary, and depending on what you do in the day, you might unlock a particular diary entry. They're kind of like hidden objectives that will lead to special diary entries. Depending on how many you get, you can end up with a different ending of the game. Technically, you're not supposed to get every diary entry. You're supposed to play it completely carefree. I can't. I have to make sure I see everything, so I was using a guide to try to get as many scenes as I could. But if you don't get any scene on the day, Boku will just write, nothing special happened today, but I think it was a wonderful day. I think it was still a wonderful day. And that just fucking rules, dude. What games are there where it's just kind of like so optimistic while still acknowledging the hardships of life, but not letting that sort of crush Boku's summer vacation. Ugh. Oh yeah, I meant to put a thumbnail here for Tim Rogers' action button review of Boku 1, which I highly, highly recommend. It's probably the best video on YouTube, period. It's 6 hours long, but it's worth it. It's incredible. And he does a much better job at explaining Boku than I ever could. So I'd say go check it out. Here's a link. Add it to your watch list. But keeping on the Boku, there's only 2 more here. Hey Tino, we got 2 more games. You came right at the end, but you didn't miss much. I think people are falling asleep in the class. I think people are starting to fall asleep in class. So keeping on the Boku vibe, this is another game we still haven't finished, but we will. Shinshan, Shiro, and the Cool Town. 2024, Nintendo Switch and PC, developed by Hand, published by Neocorp. This is a Boku clone, supervised by Kaz Ayabe, the creator of Boku Natsu. So this is the second Shinshan Boku clone. The previous one was Shinshan, me and the professor on summer vacation. This one was fully designed by Kaz Ayabe and Millennium Kitchen, the devs behind Boku. I also own it and streamed it a bit. It wasn't as compelling. It was a little too plain. Felt like they stuck to the Boku formula a little too much, and it didn't really work. To me, it doesn't really work as well with Shinshan when they're doing a plain Boku. Like, it doesn't really have the resonance, it doesn't have the depth. So I think they did a much better job with Coal Town. The way they did that was by adding many sort of video gamey elements to it. So here's the trailer that, you know, I wanted to purchase this game as soon as I found out about it, but when I watched this trailer, I couldn't resist impulse purchasing it right then.
小さな大曲がらない村での楽しい生活が始まります。お下がりの虫網で昆虫採集したり、隠れた穴場で魚釣りをしたり、いろりを囲んでご飯を食べたら、縁側でじいちゃんの不思議な話を聞きます。ある日、不思議な電車に乗ってみると、ちょっと懐かしい不思議な街に着きました。
次の計画を実行してくれ。
謎めいた背中が見下ろすこの街は、人が集まり人に癒されるとても人懐っこい街でした。あの風が吹くまでは。
今は姿が爆速マシンさん、もっと近くでお見せなさい。シロ歌えねシンチンカイカイ。
クレヨンしんちゃん、墨の町の城。
So as you may have noticed, oh whoops, looks like I didn't include the screenshots that I meant to include. So we'll just do this. So what really helped this game differentiate itself from Boku, they expanded the amount of locales you can explore, they increased the detail, and included many, many more activities that helps it feel much more video gamey and much more snappy and brisk. So you're constantly picking up things like bugs, plants, fishies. There are... is not... I had a bunch of screenshots saved, but I forgot that I had not put them in yet. So like here's one of the neighborhood kids giving you a side quest. You have to fix his bike, so you have to collect the proper materials for it. This girl, you give her bugs in exchange for money. You use that money to buy items for other quests, for cooking, for all sorts of various things. One thing this doesn't seem to show is the trolley racing. We'll have to add it in post. The game even has like a Mario Kart-esque trolley race minigame, which is required at some points in the story. But then the other big thing here is the mysterious Coal Town. You ride a magical train to Coal Town. Since we haven't completed the game, we don't fully know the story behind Coal Town, but nobody back in the village, including Shin's family, believe him. They don't know about Coal Town, and they don't believe him. But there is some kind of story here where the town is in danger. There's a villain. There's a mysterious villain here who wants to do something to the town. He's very fascist-coded. So you have to, of course, defeat him and save the town is basically the simplified version. The town is really cool to explore. You know, I think Shinchan really needs more than simple vibes like Boku. It's aided a lot by this town and all the little side activities you can do. So you can even go to a shop here and buy items, and you can use items to upgrade your trolley. It's very video gamey, very fun, addictive, snappy. Unfortunately, it does not have bug sumo. So that's a disappointment, but otherwise it's pretty fun. There were times where it became a little tedious because you needed a certain amount of a certain item to advance the story, and there was nothing else to do, so you kind of just had to get the item, reset the day, go get the item, reset the day, go get the item. So that slowed it down at times. But yeah, it's great. Highly recommended. What are you guys saying? 50-cent Bulletproof didn't make it? Well, that was on the honorable mentions. I had that on honorable mentions. But of course I didn't finish the honorable mentions part. Maybe we'll have to do a part 2. So the last one here that I have for you tonight is Raw Danger, also known as Disaster Report 2. So this is Disaster Report 2, 2006 PS2, developed by IREM, published by H-Tech. Bulletproof is okay, but Blood on the Sand is way better. Yeah, I would love to play Blood on the Sand, but I don't have a way to play it. So Raw Danger is a natural disaster simulator. You have to navigate all sorts of harrowing weather conditions, whether it's a blizzard or torrential rain. There are a number of different protagonists, like 5 of protagonists, I think, all with their own stories, and they intertwine. So you might meet a character, so you might be playing as Joshua Harwell and encounter a character, and then you might play as that character later, and you get to see it from their point of view. It also is a secret Christmas game. So it takes place around Christmas. There's many Christmas decorations throughout the game. In different situations, you have different options and ways you can respond or proceed through the scenario. So, for example, Joshua's, you start as a server working for a catering company at a the mayor is giving some kind of I don't know, meeting. But of course, it's not that simple. The levee along the Hudson River just broke as the storm grows. So from there, of course, the building starts falling apart, becoming flooded. There are different survival mechanics that are pretty lenient. Cold temperatures and wet clothes decrease BT. Then you can restore your BT at fireplaces, ovens. You can do like a makeshift fire. You can pick up different items, craft different items. Definitely the most annoying part about this game is the inventory system. It's too small. You're always having to find stuff to get rid of. That said, you really don't need... A lot of the items are not even really necessary. So here's some more examples of dialogue options. Sometimes they can lead to different outcomes. Generally not that much. Most of the changes they affect are like at the end of the character's scenario, where it's just a text on a screen explaining what happened and what happened after. But yeah, it could be very funny. The voice acting is almost as good as Shenmue. So some of the locales are actually really impressive, despite the game's not good performance. It's very janky. The frame rate dissolves to fucking 69 frames per second, as in negative 69. Yeah, you can get on a boat. You can run with an umbrella. Things like umbrellas will protect you from getting wet, which of course conserves your BT gauge. They have some really great shots that just like make the storm feel huge, which is probably one of the more impressive things about this game. Here's another example of one of the sort of like larger than life shots. As you're climbing up this ladder, the background is just exploding from earthquakes and rain, and of course the frame rate is dropping to single digit territory. You can even ride vehicles. One of the scenarios, you play as a taxi driver, and you can drive around in his car. You can get on a fucking jet ski. So we got some clips here.
Please carry them to the hallway table.
Okay.
Run.
Don't run. Oh, hey.
Hey, what are you doing?
What? I didn't even fucking run. I didn't press anything. The zoom in of shame.
Don't run around like that. We're disturbing our guests.
I'm sorry.
Calm down and tell me what happened.
Well, it's...
They just hit the second tower.
Right. I'll come right away. Everyone, excuse us.
Yes, everyone is blonde. Interesting to note, in the Japanese version, they are not blonde. In the Japanese version, everyone has black and brown hair. But of course, in the localized version for us Westerners, they made everyone blonde because... because that's just how we all look. It's more relatable that way. Oops. I hope that expands our inventory. Praying. Oh no! Oh, no. Whoopsie. I hope that expands our inventory. Praying. Oh no! Oh no! Here's one of the funny choices you get. So there's a chef hanging on by a thread. You can reach out and pull him up, smile at him, or take his hat. Pick up the chef, reach out and help him, smile at him, take his hat. Yeah. Okay, we gotta find out what happens when you take the guy's hat.
The chef and that young man fell.
Though, unfortunately, this is one of those things where it doesn't matter what you pick, it ends up having the same result ultimately. There's another classic. Alright, let's see what happens. Oops. Oh, there's one more after this. My bad. How could I forget? So this is where being presented with the option of giving her one of the bowls of food or keeping them both. Alright, let's see what happens.
Oh, look at all this food!
Hey, Stephanie, why aren't you eating? You look so hungry. Anyways.
Oh, and it smells so good, too.
I know, I'm so excited to eat both of these. Yum.
You know what?
What?
I'm still not sure if I should go to the Mission Care Center.
It just moves on. Yo. Weird that Cowboy Bebop almost looked like D2. Cowboy Bebop was going to be in the honorable mentions, and Conan. But I just ran out of time. There are like there's so many more I wish I could get to. I'll just fire them off verbally. I also would have liked to do like a final clip montage. Kingdom Hearts was all on there. But yeah, it was too much to get into. I had to just get this thing done. Yeah, lastly, D2, this would probably be on the top. This would be top 3 easy. 1999 Dreamcast, developed by Warp, published by Sega. Here's the back of the case. This is a game that I think is the epitome of underrated. Sometimes people will use the word underrated to describe games that are actually just underappreciated. Games that got high scores, but not a lot of people played. People will describe as underrated. I understand what they're saying, but a more literal way to describe that type of game would be underappreciated. Whereas D2 is truly underrated. Anytime you look at people's opinions of this game online, it's like wasted potential. D2 falls short. I wish this game was good. But what they don't know, and they fail to realize, is it is good. It actually fucking rocks. So terrifying. It also gets inaccurately described as a Resident Evil clone, which it's really not. I'll expound in a moment. Terrifying adventure unlike anything ever experienced. So you play as Laura. You're left stranded in a vast snowy landscape after a meteor strike hit the airplane she was riding on. It's a secret Christmas game. Takes place on and around Christmas. Laura finds herself in a mountain cabin with a mysterious woman named Kimberly. Outside, horrifying creatures of alien origin roam the area as the two are left to fend for themselves. Not a single Kingdom Hearts is wild work. I wanted to do a whole section for Kingdom Hearts and talk about all the ones we played through, but I just I just couldn't. It was too much. I wanted to do a full 30 list Juggernaut, no pun intended. I wanted to do just a huge list of games and talk about all of them. But you know, you gotta pick your battles, I guess. So I would describe this game as more like a 3D adventure game. It's hard to describe. The exploration and progression is more akin to a classic adventure game. However, there are random encounters. There's random combat encounters where you go into an isolated sequence, kind of like a shooting gallery style combat. You're in first person. You're stationary. You point your gun around. You use the face buttons to shift and point towards the enemy. They'll be moving around, and sometimes you have to realign. It's very arcadey and honestly very satisfying. You also get level ups. You find new weapons. You pick up consumables, health restorative items, grenades. Also, one of the best parts of the game is you can hunt wild animals. You can shoot rabbits with your rifle. You can shoot moose and cook that meat and use it as HP restoratives. So this was a game famously directed by Kenji Eno. I think I have a... Oh. Looks like I didn't even get to the part where I was going to explain Kenji Eno a little bit better. So we'll have to add that in post. When you're in interior environments, you're in a first-person viewpoint, and you navigate like an old-school point-and-click adventure game, FMV game. Which makes sense because Kenji Eno also developed D and Enemy Zero, which are two other games that we played in 2025 that would be on the list if I had the time. But those games are FMV adventure games without going into too much detail, where you kind of like point and click style. You press up and your character goes forward one screen. You press right, your character turns right. So it's the same sort of mechanic when you're in interior environments in D. So it's just like this hodgepodge of different genres and ideas. But yeah, it fucking rocks. The story is really cool. The characters are good. The voice acting is great. The music is awesome. There's some really, really high artistic moments. Some of the cutscenes are just like amazing. Like Kojima, I think there's a picture of Kenji Eno even hanging out with Kojima. But yeah, they'll do things. Kenji will do things like incorporate real world footage in these really trippy cutscenes, really hectic, trippy cutscenes. Yeah, so I just think the game is really good. I think it's misunderstood. Again, I do think it's helpful if you're open to using a walkthrough. I do think it's helpful to assist with the pacing of the game. I think without a walkthrough, there are definitely times where you might be lost, or you could definitely you could spend multiple minutes going the wrong direction and then have to go backwards and have random encounters that entire time. So it could be tedious. And even despite how much I loved the game, I found myself using like speed up functions in the emulator to just pick up the pace at certain portions. But it really is a great adventure, and you go to many different areas with different vibes. And I highly recommend it. It's awesome. A review of Kingdom Hearts could take 4 whole streams. Honestly, true. Blonde lady looks like Ashcroft in RE9. How's RE9 been? You've been playing it? I don't know what this link is. Yeah, I had a lot more content that I wanted to include. I had a lot of screenshots and a lot of like promotional materials and things, but maybe we'll add it in for the video version of this. So just to fire off the honorable mentions. So of course D2 and Enemy Zero, Soma, Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, Birth by Slip, and 3D, Sanitarium, Cowboy Bebop and Conan, Mega Man Legends 1, Shadow Tower Abyss, Dot Hack Infection, Resident Evil 2 Original, God Hand, Yomawari, We Love Katamari, Detention, Shadow of Destiny, Resonance of Fate, Sandland, Prey, Killer is Dead, The Suffering, Michigan Report from Hell, Signalis, Resident Evil 2 Remake, Resident Evil Revelations, Dead Space 2, Dying Light, Paratopic, 50 Cent, Lies of P, Call of Cthulhu, Fallout 4. And that's all I got. If that hadn't have taken so long, I would have liked to go through some of the other stream clips that were already made on my TikTok and YouTube channel, but that took a fucking long time. Thanks for enduring, everyone. It was a slow start. It took, maybe you could tell it took me a while to get my brain moving. Next time I do one of these, I think it'll be better. This was a good first try. And I appreciate everyone that supported me in the year 2025. It was awesome. We played so many fucking games. It's actually pretty wild. Yeah, this list is like 50 games, dude. I just counted it. 50 games that were memorable enough to even just consider putting on the top games list. 50. And many of which I would not have ever experienced if it wasn't for being able to stream them and share them with like-minded people out there. Claim your OG pins. Well, now what? I don't know. Should we still watch Birdcage, or should we put that off? Should we play a game, or should we... I don't really want to end stream just yet. Definitely will need a stretch break before anything. It's Friday. Yeah, true. I mean, do you guys want to watch Birdcage, or would we rather play a game? I don't know. I mean, watching Birdcage, I want to be able to... I wouldn't really want to watch it unless we can finish the whole disc. Which I don't know how likely. Rather game? Yeah, I'm with you. Games about building forts. If I was gonna play a game, I'd be leaning most towards Fatal Frame, but I could be convinced to play Night of Sacrifice. It'll probably be pretty chill though, like casual vibes from me. I'm gonna stand up, stretch, use the restroom, powder my nose. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys sticking through that. I know it was long and perhaps unevenly paced, but we did it! That shit took me fucking 2 months. I don't know why it took so long to make. Here, let's put on some real music, and I'll think about which game to play while I'm up, but I'm also susceptible to peer pressure, but mainly between Fatal Frame and Night of Sacrifice are probably the most realistic options. I'm very motivated to finish Fatal Frame before Fatal Frame 2 Remake comes out, so keep that in mind. But Night of Sacrifice was really fun last night too, so... Okay, give me about 5 or 10 minutes and I'll be right back. Thanks, everybody. Okay. Nice break. Yeah, I'm thinking Night of Sacrifice too. As well. Hey, we'll see how long I last. That was a lot. How long was that? Was that like almost 3 hours? 2.5 hours? I expected it to be an hour and a half. But yeah, I think the next one will be better. Let's see. Where is this?
Marvelous entertainment.
Let's get into it. There's one more story for Oz. Let's check out Oz, my final story, his story. It is real. Oz learns the truth as the door opens. There's Clover. Clover says, "Come, Uncle." Yo, I'm Tio. I'm Clover's Tio. Nice job on your presentation. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it, everybody. Thanks for being patient. Yeah, I really am Unc. Aw, man. Even the game knows I'm Unc. Come, Unc. Come on, Unc. I'll take you where you can help. The attic. Oh, gosh. I need a Zen. Alright. Up. We gotta go help our nephew set up his computer. Safe in the attic? I'm there waiting for you. Alright. This perspective is actually making me a little dizzy already. Uh-oh. We gotta get past this guy before he gets up. Whoa! Go, 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 go. Sorry, one sec. Well, yeah. Uh-oh. I went the wrong way. Shit. Ay, ay, ay. What? Hey. Who's texting me? I'm trying to balance. From Moldy. Title light. Swollen, itchy. Don't let the light hit my face. Alright, whatever that means. Whoop, 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 whoop. Something's gonna try to scare us as soon as we get to that platform, isn't it? Cutscene. Dude, check out the shorts. Whoa! What the fuck? Huh? Huh? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I'm in Florida, I'm so fucking scared. Lost in the swamp area. Roadsides are full of moss and it's humid. Well, good luck. Wishing you the best. Yeah, that was Moldy. The giant dude with the camo shorts and cool sneakers. What am I supposed to do? Oh, remember the text message? The text message from Moldy that said, the light, don't let the light hit my face? Am I supposed to run past when he's staggered? Huh? This is nice music. I like when the game does weird stuff like that. Yeah, this is like a rare moment where the game has music. I think the game generally does not have music, right? Moldy, how can it be? Now somebody's crying. From Moldy, why are you leaving me? I don't know. I don't like that the scary music is still on. Oh, great. Oh, this is gonna suck. Ah. Hey, back off. Go. Molly turned evil. Molly turned evil as soon as she got to Florida. All we said was Fable was a bad game. Hey, yeah. Why are you so mad, bro? Nah, I'm just playing. I'd be mad too if my favorite game was mid. Just kidding. Don't hurt me. Oh! Locked. Moldy said alone, 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 alone. Huh? Do we have to go through another? Ooh! Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in. Clover's in jail for tax evasion. Funky says, a curse? Tino says, we could stay at my dad's house. Moldy says, I'll go, sounds like fun, right? Funky says, these rumors about that place. Talon says, Funky is scared. Funky says, no, I'm not. I want you with us, Funky. Let's go, I say. Funky says, if you say so, Oz. If I hadn't asked her. Clover says, I called you. Why did you? To help my sister. To help Funky. Well, Clover is Funky's sister? Please, don't run away. Your faith is what makes it all real. A gun? And is it real? You're rage baiting even in the video game? The masturbator. Making Diddy proud. I'ma make Diddy proud with this one. Clover the arms dealer? Yeah. Alright. Next, funky mission. No fate. Girl in ropeway knows about the lore. Girl says, you're going? Funky says, I need to find someone. So apparently they're sisters. Clover says, beware. Funky says, come with me. Girl says, not sure. Funky says, he matters to me, like your sister to you. Funky says, please take me to the house. Maybe Funky doesn't know the girl Clover is his sister. House. This game is great. I want to replay Nanashi no GEMU. Or finish Nanashi no GEMU 2. From numbers, title, contact, Funky. Saw you in the ropeway from here. Be safe and come to me. Oh, I remember this stage. I think this is a very annoying stage that I didn't finish because it's annoying. Ooh. Oh, hey, I didn't turn around. I think I accidentally turned around. Oh, there's a ghost there! Oh shit, I couldn't turn in time. Okay, remember, just make a run for it. Yeah, these branches are so annoying. From Oz. Found a note in an abandoned house a while ago. Informative. Okay, care to explain further? That's like when somebody messages you, like, when someone messages you, like, are you busy? Or messages you, like, can I ask you something? Without asking anything. It's like, I don't know, what are you gonna ask me about? Just ask the question. It's a text message. How can I consent if I don't know what you're gonna ask me? There are fucking ghosts all over the place. And corn dogs. Giant corn dogs everywhere. Go for a corn dog? Yeah, me too. Damn, I can't drop down. Shit makes me dizzy. I'm trying to plot my path. So you can't get past there. Can you get into the red and go that way? There's stairs in the red. There is stairs, okay. Go down and through the river. Where's for corn dogs? Is this heaven? It might as well be. Go down the steps! Really? Fake steps? Dude. Am I tripping? Why have a plank here if you can't go down it? How am I gonna get past these fools? Looks like maybe I can hide in that divot. Oh! Whoop, 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 whoop. Jeez Louise. Oh, great. Make a save state. I don't want to do all that shit again if I die. Huh? I like don't understand how you're supposed to cross these logs more efficiently. I guess just more slowly. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oz passed. Tino's dad wrote an article about someone who drowned in 1987. Okay. Cool story, bro. Didn't ask. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Whoa. Hey, 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 hey. Open the door, open the door, open the door. Woo. Let me in. Oh, shit. Oh, ain't no way, ain't no way, ain't no way. Come on, come on. Don't text me right now. The name of the victim is the same as yours. Funky, are you hiding something somehow? Is Funky a ghost? Are we all ghosts? No? Uh-oh. No. Escape. Oh, well, I'm sure nothing will come out of the well. Oh, fuck. Ah, shit. Oh, god damn it. Open the door. Wow. Hoo-wee. What a rush. That was a cool little sequence. No such thing as ghosts. I agree. I think all the like ghost shit is a grift. Some people are like so convinced. You know what they say? Once you become an atheist, the only thing that can restore your faith is a miracle. The only thing that can make an atheist believe in God is a miracle, I think is the saying. Same with ghosts. It doesn't make any sense. Why would ghosts exist? Like, They don't. They're scary though. Funky says, Oz, where are you? Okay, PT vibes. Nothing wrong with a little bit. Scoos, scoos. What the f... That is so fucked up in headphones. That sounds so fucked up. It's like right... Sounds like it's right in my ear. This looks like a dresser they rendered and just made it tiny. You must feel the garlic breath on your neck. Ew. Oh, here's a note. For generations, power of seeing future has been obtained by sacrifice. Air is chosen by visions. Someone added, I'll put an end to this today for my father. Uh-oh. What are you planning, Tino? I guess we'll follow that weird noise. Locked? Cutscene? What the? Tino? Kill. Oh no, Tino has a chainsaw, everybody. Man, I really want to keep playing, but I'm about out of battery. I guess there's only one more funky mission. It really be your own. True. Alright, buckle in. Let's finish Funky's last mission. Then next time we'll start Tino. Prayer. Funky flees into an old basement. Aww. Tino, is this because I said Soma is mid? Run? Tino, I'm sorry. Is this because I said Soma is overrated? I know I said Soma is... I know I said Soma is not that deep, bro, but you don't have to kill me with a chainsaw because of that. Oh. He was just opening the door for us. Uh-oh. Oh, God. I gotta run away from Tino and avoid the ghosts? I make a save state. I'm scared. I hate being chased. Especially in a game like this where the controls are not conducive to fast movement. Ooh. Where did I come from? Where do I go? Is this where I came from? God, I hate this. Hey, I can't open the door no more. Oh, what? Oh, what is a wall? Like really killing the tension every time I do this. Locked? I can't see. Oh no. Oh, that is scary. Okay, I guess don't go that way. Locked. Open up. Oh, I fucking... Oh, you can open these. Well, you can open that one. Oh, hide in the locker. Observe. Can I observe with my flashlight? I didn't realize these were lockers you could hide in. Should I open it and run? No. I guess I was supposed to leave. I don't think it was designed to kill you in the locker. Okay, well I guess while he's opening the other lockers is your chance to escape. But I don't know like where we run to after we get out. No, I didn't mean to fucking do that. Oh, god damn it. Hey. Let me in. Let me the fuck back in. Oh, god damn it. Oh, okay. Whew. That was, close. Alright. Ah, fuck. Now where'd I go? Phew. Thank God that's over. That's kind of cool though. The final episodes in each of these arcs really does feel like a boss fight. Ooh, yo, it's the gun. It's me. That was sick. That was a cool twist. So that's what the gun was for. About to frag that ass. I guess to unlock Tino and End, we have to do nothing personal, yeah. We have to do these. I guess we'll have to find out. I don't recall if these have any lore in them, or if they're just, individual haunted houses. How come your character didn't get a story mode? I think it's because they're racist against pink people. I think it's because of the devs are bigoted towards pink people. But who knows, maybe they'll be unlockable. Alright, I think that's it for me. Damn, great stream. Jeez. We did it. Maybe we'll do Birdcage tomorrow. Definitely gotta watch it either tomorrow or Sunday. Whatever works best for people, I guess we just play it by ear. Thanks, Talon. Thanks, Moldy, Tino, Clover, Sonic Man, Funky. I think that's everybody. This is as far back as my chat goes. If I missed you, I'll get you tomorrow. Anybody lurking as well, I appreciate it. Good award show. Now I gotta go return this tux. Yeah, one and done. Just, you know. Don't tell them about the Dorito stains on there. Tell them it came that way. Those Dorito stains were already there when you guys gave me the tuxedo. What do you want me to tell you? Alright, I'll be back tomorrow with something. So you guys have a great rest of your night and a great day tomorrow, and I'll see you then.